This is a clouds weather alert. Good Friday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center coming back on the air once again. We have some more active weather to talk about. Two severe thunderstorm warnings being issued here in the past 15 minutes for portions of our area. So we need to get right down to it. I know one of them here for parts of Columbia County, parts of Baker County. So watching the scenario very carefully. Also getting to South Georgia, parts of Ware County, parts of Clinton until about 2:45. So monitoring this very carefully here with some damage and wind potential as we're looking at things here, with the Doppler algorithms. I know this morning I also even get to know a little bit of Hamilton County out there as we kind of look here and just watching the scenario very carefully here as the overall situation evolves. It's for northwestern Baker, northeastern Columbia, east central Hamilton, southeastern Ware, and southeastern Clinton until 2:45. At 2:10 p.m., severe thunderstorms to look at along a line extending from 7 miles south of Fargo to 6 miles southeast of Belmont, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So watching these here very carefully. Let me go ahead and look here at the velocity. We see some pretty strong winds in here with our wind product. You can see a gust of wind there, maybe approaching, that severe criteria on this. And definitely possible that somewhere in between or even in those spots it's actually getting down to the surface as being severe, which is 58 miles an hour or greater. So again, need to be careful with that. We're watching some enhancement here moving towards Live Oak. That could get a warning here pretty soon if it pulses up a little bit more. It doesn't look like as much on reflectivity as it did on velocity, but we'll watch it. And then we'll go ahead and go on over toward the Tallahassee radar because we've had another severe thunderstorm warning being issued here very recently as we're looking at the overall information, seeing quite a bit of wind potential in here. So this shows that, some gusts 50, 48. You see our different icons here, maybe some weak rotation in there, but we'll just have to keep our eyes on the overall situation here. 53 miles an hour. So just giving you guys an idea. This warning here is out for, as I go ahead and look at the details, it is out for portions in our area of Gadsden, Decatur, Grady. So those three counties. So in our area, it goes out toward areas west too, but Gadsden, you see Grady there and you see Decatur. So watching things very carefully here. Let me go ahead and loop it over the past 15 minutes. I know really kind of getting into gear here in the recent moments. You see a lot of the lightning more clustered there. Some of that's back towards Seminole County, just outside the area. We used to cover you guys, but then out toward Decatur County here as we give you guys the very latest here. Let me make sure we're on the correct radar site as we go ahead and try to give you guys the very latest information. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here. Severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 3:15, so pretty long fused. A severe thunderstorm warning here. As we're tracking things, you see about 421 lightning strikes just in this frame here in the last 15 minutes. So that's a lot of electrical activity. Let me go to this frame back out in here. It's a little less. We'll go to the Jacksonville radar to see the reflectivity a little bit better, but definitely seeing this activity here pretty noteworthy as we're looking on the Doppler, northern Columbia County. So this is impacting areas there. We get the roads on here. We'll be able to switch that on over and you'll be able to see here. You see the community of Fairview, but then Sand Hill, excuse me, so I've been talking a lot today, talking last night as well, Sand Hill Road, but again, just trying to keep you guys informed on the very latest here, 50 miles an hour there in terms of some of those wind speeds, so just trying to keep you guys up to date, but they could be, getting up to 60 as we've been alluding to here, just trying to keep you guys, really in tune here. Let's start doing some storm tracks. As the situation develops here. Some of you guys out maybe, from work today off for Juneteenth, federal holiday. So again, something to just be very mindful of, and that routines are a little bit different maybe today. And, just got to be really careful not to get caught out in some inclement weather. The Storm Prediction Center talking about how some things were, towards north central Florida may be coming together a little bit with some of the more favorable parameters here in isolated nature for some damaging conditions. So just have to be kind of careful here. Tracking the movement there east at about 35 miles an hour. So let me go ahead. We'll do a storm track. Let me put it in motion first. Just make sure I'm looking at this right because sometimes he's been switching direction and speed. I know we still have our flash flood warning parts of Ware for another little bit. By the way, cut that stream so we would get ready for this stream here because it was probably coming, so this now we're into that here with the coverage of the storms really getting more down into Florida. So we're going to go ahead and I need to start that over. Let me go ahead and pause it and we'll go, it's a little bit further east there. So let me go ahead and make sure we do this accurately as we give you the latest. We'll be looking for storm reports today. And let me just go ahead though and, I'm going to switch it over to velocity. Let's do it from the velocity mode because this will be where some of the stronger winds are. So the speed here is east at 35 miles an hour. So we're just going to kind of look here. You see Callahan there at about 321, but then we'll look at some of the smaller communities in here. We'll look for some of the smaller communities as the overall situation progresses. So let me go ahead and switch that on over here in terms of our modes. You can see Taylor there about 237, Baxter 238. Areas there around Pontiac 239. Getting towards St. George at 258. And then you have a Callahan, like we were alluding to, 321. But before that, you have Engle at 318. So just giving you an idea here on some of the very latest here with the overall meteorology. Again, tracking this severe weather activity on this Friday. So again, just trying to keep you informed here with the latest developments. Just trying to let you guys know what we're dealing with here overall as things do evolve here from that meteorological standpoint here in terms of just different impacts. And we just want to make sure we're sticking with things here, the best we can to keep you guys safe, to keep you guys informed. So let me broaden this out so you can see that a little bit better. Some of that wind there on the scan. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until, for this area, for this polygon, it goes until about 2:45. So we have 3:15 further west, 2:45 further out toward the east. But you see some of the progressing with the times. We're just going to be kind of keeping our eyes here on things in terms of the different impacts. You have some continuous cloudy ground lightning here as well. So I just got to be kind of mindful of that here as we're looking at the very latest, the continuous cloudy ground lightning. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. So let's go ahead and keep looking at the information. I know some different reporting. This is out there earlier this afternoon. We didn't have a warning there around this time, but a single tree was down at the following locations there: Rocky Ford Road, Dusty Miller Road, US 90 west of Greenville, and the city of Madison. So kind of interesting to hear about those type of reports here because we didn't actually have a warning out that way, but definitely maybe some of those winds are reaching a little bit more because we don't have that radar 2 around Valdosta, so maybe a little bit more impact already, and now we're seeing some of that progressing here. Let's put this, into motion the last 2 hours, and we'll kind of loop this around. I need to go a little quicker with this. Let me go ahead and we'll put this in 10-minute increments. And we'll go ahead and watch the loop. You see how some of that convection that's kind of west toward Madison has made its way, the overall, grand scheme of things going further off toward the east there. So we have this into ward areas there like Columbia and Baker and the like. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Trying to give you guys the very latest here. We're going to go ahead and zoom back in here over toward Leon's, vicinity. They're not under the warning yet down there, but you see some stronger winds potentially. 48 and 47 there. Just kind of giving you guys an idea of some of those type of speeds, but again, it could be up to 60. This here has kind of a little bit more of a southerly movement here as we're kind of looking, in terms of it's not just due east is what I mean, more southeast. So again, just going to look here at some of the details. And the official movement is southeast at 20 miles an hour. Again, switching some things around. Sorry if it flashes there for a second, but it's all about just trying to give you guys the very latest to protect and inform you, your friends, and your family. So Moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Take the sweep off here real quick. Let me just check here. Just want to see our angle a little better before I do this track, because I don't want to track it the wrong way. Okay, so we're monitoring things here. You know, you see Tallahassee kind of maybe in line there soon. So some of this lighting on my track kind of from the edge of that. Then so you see there Gretna, if it goes at this speed we're talking about here, is it like Gretna at 235, Havana at 237, Quincy there at 244, Midway 312, Tallahassee at 330, and Doak Campbell Stadium 331. So that's a slow movement if it were to take its time like that. So we'll just have to kind of watch the trends here. Just have to watch the trends. Trying to keep you up to date. We have flash flood warnings to the north. That's been a big story earlier on, but now we're turning our attention more to the convective activity in terms of the wind mode of things. So 56 miles an hour, northern Columbia County. In fact, let me see what the statement said on this here. By the way, we're getting warnings way out to the west, like, you know, Okaloosa County, the Panhandle, and some of that's different southeast, but still interesting just how things keep hanging on here, you know, even further west. But okay, so just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Some heavy rainfall, that's for sure. That's been a big story. We'll provide a view here real quick. We'll show you those, you know, different looks at things like that flood risk. By the way, new warning for Tallahassee, so they must have up to speed a little then. That just came in. The flood risk not overwhelming, a little bit in this flood advisory. You see flash flood warning still, but things are kind of running in there. Some different rain impacts from the activity, but there's a new warning for Tallahassee now to 315. So you just switch over to the radar. Okay, they're now going southeast at 25 miles an hour. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here. As the situation evolves. So let me go ahead and see the other warning there was 20. This one's 25 miles an hour. So north central Wakulla, as well as central Gadsden, northern Jefferson, Leon, southeastern Grady, and southern Thomas counties involved until 3:15. At 2:34, a severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles east of Havana, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So Tallahassee, Woodville, Monticello, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, as well, of course, there as Havana, Midway, Florida A&M, Crawfordville, Quincy, Doak Campbell Stadium, Lake Bradford. You have Wakulla Springs, you have South City, you have Bloxham, you have Tallahassee Airport, you have Lake Miccosukee there, you have Appalachia Ridge Estates, and the Levy Park area. So again, just trying to keep you informed as this activity dips down here. So they up to speed a little bit on the movement. Again, coming in toward Tallahassee here over the next little bit. Again, trying to watch the progression here the best we can. As the overall situation here, the overall situation kind of evolves on us on this Friday. It's finally Friday, but you know, we'll still have another storm chance tomorrow that we'll be looking at here as well in the Weather Center. No formal risk though from the SPC tomorrow at least, so general thunderstorm right now. I'm looking at the latest behind the scenes, but Again, just trying to keep you guys informed on everything. Trying to keep you guys informed here on the overall situation. We're just glancing between some stuff here. Still getting used to the system, and that some of the buttons I would hit on the other system would do different things. The idea of them anyway. This is a lot more advanced, but just certain things I'm used to clicking. The functions are a little bit different sometimes because if I click something a certain way, it'll do something a little bit different. So just have to kind of keep that in mind. But it's just really state-of-the-art technology. It's about keeping you guys safe and informed here. My commitment to you, the viewer at home there. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate everybody trusting me here on this Friday again. Just appreciate everybody watching here as the situation does develop. Let's look here at some of our information. I know Leon to 315 with the warning of a bunch of lightning there that's starting to evolve. Whenever thunder roared, you need to go indoors. I remember back in 2012, I don't know how it was that long ago, but starting out there, summer sea is what it was called back then. It was late June into July. Just starting things out there, and every day it seemed like we'd have stuff popping on up there, having to have that umbrella on hand, and hearing those rumbles of thunder, and having to get inside, to make sure you're staying safe, of course. Just that's how it is once we get into parts of summer. Right now, we're still kind of a little bit, in a period here where it's a little bit different type of pattern because we haven't had, we started to have some of it here lately, but this is different. This is fueled because we have a boundary involved here and the remnants of author, and there's some different things going on meteorologically. So it's kind of important to keep in mind. Another thing important to keep in mind, lightning safety. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storm. So just got to keep that in mind here as we're looking at things. Those lightning tips, very important to keep in mind here as we're watching the overall situation. You have positive strikes, you have negative strikes. Positives are more, concerning, but it's really, you just got to remember whenever you hear that rumble of thunder, I know you're so worried about those cloudy ground strikes, and just got to be really cognizant. Again, looking here, let me put over our totals. I think I was kind of going to go to this earlier on. 12-hour rainfall. A lot of the areas haven't seen a whole bunch. Had those tornado warnings last night on, just west of the area over there, really, edging in, but look at all this rain up toward the north here as we're trying to give you guys the very latest. I mean, it's a situation here. It's a situation where you can see 9 inches, 7 inches. It's so much rain. Some of those areas. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, up in here, but that is north of our area. That's for Berrien until 3:30. The Jacksonville office might issue further east, and eventually some of that could get into Ware County here in our area. We'll just have to kind of wait and see with the overall picture. So we'll just continue to give you guys the very latest here as things do evolve here meteorologically. Again, trying to keep you guys safe here, informed. Some of our reports, a lot of them from yesterday there, might start filling in the gap with some of these reports as we look ahead. Just have to be vigilant here. If you can, you have to worry about a lightning danger, but if you're kind of out ahead of the lightning still, but we're kind of watching things, you're not hearing much of that thunder really, you might want to go and charge your devices up in case you lose power. It's not a huge chance, but it's definitely possible. Some folks probably will lose it. Most folks, are under that risk for severity today, that low risk, 1 out of 5. But we have that lightning risk around, but just the overall risk here in general, could end up losing that electricity for a bit. Let me go ahead and check to see what our power outage numbers look like here at this point in time. Okay, look at that in Hamilton. We're really getting these numbers up pretty quickly here. That's 19% out. And it's a pretty small county. It's there on I-75. It's where Jasper is, if you guys aren't familiar. As we're looking toward Hamilton County again, just trying to give you guys the latest here on things. Some of the other numbers are up there too. Kind of edging up pretty quick. Over 3% out in Decatur County, where Bainbridge is already, and 1% out in Thomas. So these storms getting calm. 9% out in Madison. He's just got to be very cognizant here. Just be very mindful what we're dealing with here as we look. I wish we could use some markers on here. That'd be helpful, but I can't use it on here. I was going to try to draw something. I was actually going to kind of, remind folks where we had Helene come through there in 2024 in terms of the overall geography here with some of the hardest hit areas, because some of that, might be just a tad bit easier to lose power sometimes. The repairs are made, they tried really hard, but there's just sometimes lingering little things that, are hard to notice in a few spots here or there. Maybe a leaning tree somewhere or something, so it might be a little more vulnerable still. Swanee River Valley and Eastern Big Bend because of what happened with Helene back in 2024. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. I'm going to come back over here right now to the other view though. And we're going to see that for a second. See how this lightning, we're starting to get some stuff there like East Lake City and Baker and then down toward Lake Butler now. So 3:15, we have a special weather statement, so we're going to have to watch for that. Just have to watch for that, obviously, as the situation transpires. We look at the different tools we have in the toolkit here. We see how some of those cloud tops from the north, they start fading some and kind of evolving here more. We have more left to right now, so kind of interested to see how things have developed. That could lead to, quite a bit of rainfall here in spots, I would think. More training convection here, so we got to be really careful. It's been sunny around. It's dark here today, but, destabilizing things into the 90s, 91. 91 that reading here east of Stark, where I'm at in Bradford County. I'm definitely telling that story here with those, warmer conditions. Those warmer conditions here allowing for more unstable type of weather scenarios. So again, gonna keep you guys up to date. You can see here, looking at the overall mapping, watching our warnings here, we have Leon County, the metro there, under a severe thunderstorm warning. We were up with you last night watching, the stuff kind of faded. This time we have the daytime heating on our side, and that's not on our side, it's on the side of the storms. I mean, in terms of the unfortunate aspect here of getting things going. But again, it is, it's on the side here of, things becoming a little more aggressive in terms of storm accident. It looks like some of this wind energy is kind of dipping down some. So, I mean, it's not so overwhelming there, but definitely a cause for concern. Again, watching things. Let's see, we have Top Cat watching. We have crazy car enthusiast watching there. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here, trusting me this afternoon for the very latest here on the meteorological scenario. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here. See some scattered accent just all over the place. I know I wish our oscillator was working. It's still not working, unfortunately. We'll go to Tallahassee for a second, but let's go to Jacksonville here right now. And we'll look here. Okay, did they drop? We had it supposed to expire at 2:45. Let me see if they expired that out. Okay, they said they were going to expire at 2:45 at weekends, so that's good. That's a positive sign at least, but still got more accent here that we have to continue to watch. I see a boundary. Might be ready to get some gusty winds where we're at here on Stark, by the way. We have an outflow boundary. Sometimes this can trigger more convection, but you see that coming down here. I think there's a better way to show this to you guys. Let me see if I can get to it. There's one way, but to look through some of the different products here. I'm just gonna kind of see what we can come up with. I know some of these don't have the actual top up there, but You can definitely kind of see the boundary. You're going to have some gusty winds coming through your next little bit. You know, as we're looking right here in North Bradford. And you see maybe like 25 miles an hour. That's about what you expect. Not enough for an advisory, but you know, out ahead of stuff. So no rain with it, just some wind. Again, just going to go ahead and look here at the information. Let's go back to the Tallahassee radar. Leon County, talking about FSU, FAMU, and Tallahassee State College. Some of the different impacts. Trying to keep you up to date on things. I know as I'm looking here, no classes today for Juneteenth holiday at FSU. So with the different summer semesters getting going here, you know, there's different terms, and I'm not sure if, let's see if I don't think you know, the June 22nd one, summer success and be there. So that's probably when a lot of people will be starting. So, but people with a longer term, you know, they're out of class today here in the middle of that semester. So maybe a little bit easier to be able to stay inside here with some of these type of adverse conditions coming through. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Look at all that flashing going on up there. Again, that electrical energy. Definitely being mindful here. Let's go ahead and see what else we might have here. Look at some of the wind modes on the Doppler. 36 parts of Columbia. 41. By the way, seeing some lightning here, St. Johns County. See that significant weather advisory popping up last few scans there. Or the last scan, I guess it would be. As we go ahead and look there. That is until 3:15. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect and inform you, your friends, your family. I know in the word Jacksonville, Mayport area, John says it's raining over there. Let's go ahead and see what we can kind of look at in toward this area. You see maybe some light rain. I mean, you know, as we look right there where the actual name is, but just the overall vicinity, definitely some precip there as we kind of move around. As we look here, you see Mayport Road, some of that rain coming down there into toward eastern Duval County. So nothing too crazy right now there, though, which is good news, but we'll have to keep watching, keep tracking. See some of the stronger winds here. We're going to get back over toward Tallahassee. The different scans. Again, keeping you guys up to date here. Just appreciate everybody watching. I know if you're watching, make sure you subscribe there. Like if you're on YouTube, we have 21 watching right now. Just hit that subscribe button, like the video. Just make sure, you know, that you show that support there. If you can, it's free. And it allows you to be able to see the videos more and other folks to see the live coverage, the videos here more as well. So just appreciate everybody here on this Friday as we keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and keep going through some of the very latest. Keep scrubbing back and forth. Looks like a little bit of wind enhancement here right around. Let me put our roads on. Miccosukee Road, Mahan Drive was in there too. I'll zoom back. You have a little bit of the wind in the opposing direction. They're not right together, but definitely could have some issues there overall with the meteorology in terms of the impact. Again, continuing to give you the latest. I'm going to check to see if we have any questions, comments on any of the platforms here. I was looking at YouTube, but I'm going to look over my other screen to see if we have anything else. I don't see anything right now, but just appreciate you guys tuning in here, trusting me. Been very busy here in the Weather Center the last 24 hours or so, keeping you guys safe, keeping you informed. I'm not even sure how many hours we've been on. I mean, we had the one stream going for about 6, but we weren't talking the whole time, but we were on for like 30, an hour and a half, a couple hours, another hour. But it's been busy. My throat's sore, but only a few hours of sleep. But it's all about trying to give you the very latest here as things evolve here meteorologically. We're just trying to do the best we can, one-man band here, trying to keep everybody safe. I'm just looking through some information here. Okay, so toward Jacksonville, radar there. See some of that lightning in towards St. Johns County. Again, when a thunder ward's going towards, you don't want to be out of the beach right now. Don't want to be out of the beach there in towards St. Johns County with some of this electrical energy around. Just got to be really careful with that. Moving east about 30 miles an hour. Let me loop this around. And let me try that track from a little further east. So, I mean, the rain's already starting to come in, but the greater lightning potential, we'll just kind of track it like this. I mean, that's picking up in just the next few minutes. Probably already hearing those rumbles, and I'm still need to get inside there. Beach, not much more time to spare, and even could end up being a little bit earlier because sometimes strikes can strike out ahead a little bit. So, really just want to go ahead and take precautions, but things would start to pick up even more around those times. Looking back at our warnings here toward the Big Bend. See some of this wind. Whenever thunder roars, though, you want to go indoors here as well. Had a boundary coming through here, too, so maybe some gusty winds out ahead. Sometimes that can, for one, it can spark up other accidents, but sometimes maybe this would indicate maybe we can get some weakening out of these. We'll just have to wait and see. Let me look at our lightning counter. Let me leave it here, and then I'll go back 15 minutes. Yes, went down. So we are seeing some decay a little bit. I mean, cross your fingers here, but I mean, last night we were stuck with it because the rotational threat was a little bit bigger, but we really saw the lightning counter go way, way, way down compared to this. This is still up there. I mean, this is still significant in terms of that number as we track here in the last little bit. So. Again, just trying to give you the latest. $44, $47, $31. Let's get back to the east, though. Need to watch stuff like that in case. I mean, this out here might have a better chance for the wind potential. I know I need to click on the better spot or spot. You see in the 40s, but there might even be a 50 gust if I really get tight here. There you go, on Tiger Lake Road. Still gotta get used to this color table a little bit. You know, our other one was just a tad bit, it said the color a little bit brighter a little earlier here with the winds picking on up as I tilt this around, but looks like some morning's filling in back here. Western periphery. Some of this kind of diving probably more south is what it looks like. It does clip Liberty, but that's not getting into Gadsden or Leon, so still just the 2 local warnings right now. That warning they just issued out west there. Parts of Liberty, Watson and Holmes, Walton, Calhoun, Bay, and Jackson. Those are not in our area, so those are kind of dipping more off toward the south at 25, though. Interesting how the different movements have evolved on us here as we look at the information. Again, trying to keep you informed. I know some different reports yesterday. So keep looking at some of the different information. Northern part of Leon County here around US 319 Bradfordville. Some very heavy rain and winds could be up there some too. .48 miles an hour. Some of these different readings coming on in. 37 is one of those. 45 there. Just watching everything as it comes together. I know. Let's pull up the model to see what it tries to show. It hadn't been doing great, but we'll pull it up. I mean, it's sowing acts and lingering probably longer than it will because this stuff's, already kind of further down than what it was sowing. So we'll see. Seems like the model's kind of just, it's been off here. It's not picking up on this stuff quite right here with the overall pattern. So it's going to continue to look here at the very latest. Trying to be here for you. I see we have Larry Watson, Fire Larry Trains. Appreciate you tuning in here this afternoon. Again, trying to give you the very latest. Going to remind you guys of our 38 counties here that try to keep you guys informed. Just trying to let you guys know everything that's going on here with the overall meteorological picture. Again, you can see some of these winds. Let's pull up power outage numbers. Definitely seeing a decent number out. Let's pull it up a different way. We'll go over to the county power outage total. Decent number out. Some of these areas haven't had a warning, so it's kind of interesting to see this many out, but we'll go ahead and pixel query some of this. Just the lightning, some of the wind coming on through. These are quite a few outages, to be quite honest, and I've had really warnings in a lot of these areas here. So that's, now that we do have warnings, kind of a little more concerning even because, a step above, maybe where we had some of these outages. I mean, 600, 700, 800 there, 1400, 2400, 3400. I mean, you just keep, I mean, we're talking about maybe 5,000 that's in the area. That's a lot. A lot of those not even under warnings where we had those. So it's just how things can go sometimes. Pretty, conducive activity here to produce maybe some wind damage here and there. At least that spotty wind damage. Just trying to keep you guys informed. Again, looking at some of these numbers. I know with this coming right into Tallahassee, let me see if I can get some cameras up. Bear with me. Trying to keep you guys up to date on the situation. I try to get some of this Florida 511 perspectives here in to the camera views, to show live. This is a different angle here. Never seen it turn this way before, but Tennessee Street and Woodward Avenue, we're going to see the FSU campus. So let's go ahead and do that here on this Florida 511 perspective. This is a nice looking view in terms of just the campus, not the weather. Okay, they're zooming it around some, but there you go. As they kind of look there, some familiar spots at my alma mater there. You can kind of see what's going on there with some of these deteriorating weather conditions. So we got to be careful. Have to be careful here as we're looking. I know way back when I was there, it was as they turn it back around. That's the new weather building, by the way. It's been there about 5 years since they're really moving this around here this afternoon. But a little bit of a tour. But Tennessee Street and Woodward Avenue here. I know we actually had a tree further back down to about a little over 10 years ago when I was there. That was a huge one by the old bookstore there crossing the road. And that was a big deal, in terms of just, how huge it was falling there. After we had a tornado warning early in the morning, just a saturated ground, I think, was kind of the cause of that. We didn't really have necessarily a tornado or anything come across, but, just intriguing there for sure. It was in October there. I can't think it was maybe 2014. I want to say. So I had it in my old source there, the picture, but I just kind of interesting here for sure. As we look at the information, as we look at the camera views. Again, we'll go ahead and move away from this for now. Just to kind of see how things are going there. So again, trying to keep you up to date. (3:06 p.m. is the time. Just trying to maneuver between a few different computers here in the weather center. So where I sit over here, I'm actually in front of the wall. It's a situation I can see the others is pretty far, but here it's just easier to be right at the computers right up here when I'm using two screens. So when I'm off camera like this, then I get up and maneuver our other source. Here's some rumbles of thunder here around Stark now. There's one that's flashing. That's probably what I just heard up near Lodi. Hearing that from about maybe 6 miles away, give or take. Nothing severe with that, but watching our different scans here. Just for more thunder here east of Stark, but watching some severe potential coming toward Tallahassee. Another warning popping up. Okay. This one's going to go out until 4 o'clock, so a lot longer here as we look ahead. Let me go ahead and read it on off. Eastern Wakulla, or no, excuse me, Northern Wakulla, Eastern Gadsden, Jefferson, Northwestern Taylor, Leon, and Southwestern Madison until 4. Very quickly, I heard that one rumble of thunder here. Probably that one. Could have been that one, though, what I just heard. Some different things here east of Stark, but hearing them. But let's get to the warning here. So at 3:07, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles northwest of Monticello to 7 miles east of Tallahassee to near Midway, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Monticello, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Quincy, Havana, St. Mark's, Midway, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, Wakulla. We have Greenville there, like Bradford, Cody, Wakulla Springs, Florence, and South City. So definitely seeing some different impacts here for sure. Just trying to see how things evolve. You see quite a few of these flashing strikes, meaning lightning within the last 60 seconds. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. Trying to keep you informed here. You know, these areas haven't had too much rain in the last 24 hours, but that's going to start to change some. I mean, look at the north. A lot different story. Starting to rain more at east of Stark, at least for a few seconds. Let's get back over to the Big Bend. Just going through some information here. See right around Perkins, Capitol Circle Northeast, Mahan Drive, Connor Boulevard, Appalachia Parkway. Seeing some heavy rain here. Some gusty wind potential is also in here. We look right down here near Old St. Augustine Road. Looks like we've got a flood advisory in here as well now. I know it's hard to click on over here, but it does extend through Leon. There's some ponding, you know, of the water on the roadways, maybe in the urban areas here piling up a bit. Just got to be careful. Got to be very mindful. I see we have AJ watching from Northeast Tallahassee. Yeah, definitely getting some lightning in over that area. That electrical energy for sure. Don't see a whole bunch of wind on here, but a lot of lightning. Heavy downpours for sure. Just got to be mindful here of the scenario. I may want to pull up some cameras toward East Tallahassee here. We're looking toward campus, FSU campus. I'll look at it on radar here real quick. There's a stadium, but east is where we're really seeing the worst of this. Along US 90 and the like. Let me go ahead and get some of those views up. Okay, we'll go to Capitol Circle Northeast and Mahan Drive. Definitely, a lot of traffic, as there always is in that area. And then there's wet conditions. Not necessarily a good combination. Just got to be careful, obviously. As we watch the overall scenario. Let me see what else I can pull up. Just looking through here. We'll pull up Mahan Drive and Walden Road. Again, so when, folks that are lights on, and, obviously need to have them on here in these inclement conditions. As we see things transpire here meteorologically. Again, continuing to give you the latest. Again, trying to keep you guys informed. So right now we have the one local warning here as a 315. But we still got to be careful. I know parts of Jefferson County, see winds to about 35 miles an hour. Showing up, this doesn't look all that impressive, but we're close to the radar. You just never know. Just never know here. We have a lot of convection on the radar further east, even though we don't have the warnings at least. I mean, if you get so much, sometimes it can be more of like, storms just kind of competing with each other. And that can keep them down below severe, but I would start to worry about a flood threat here in some spots, especially in urban areas, based on all the moisture we have. I mean, look how muggy it is out there. It feels like 111 right now in Cross City. I mean, but look at Georgia there. It feels like the 60s right now. I mean, it's not great in a way because they've had all that rain to flood potential, but I mean, this is crazy to see it feeling like the 60s up there in the month of June in the afternoon. I mean, it's a little warmer, but it's just so, in terms of the actual air temperature, but still. Let's go to the satellite here, the infrared. You can see those cutter cloud tops. That's been a storyline here that we've been following. So look at the overall picture. Just whenever thunder roars, so you do want to go indoors whether there's a warning or not. Just lightning can strike miles away from apparent storm, so you just got to be very cognizant here. Got to be very cognizant. Again, watching things out toward Big Bend, getting all the way into toward Taylor County there. With that warning, northwestern Taylor, Leon, southwestern Madison, Jefferson, eastern Gadsden, and northern Wakulla 4. Power just flickered where we're at. Our backups, I think, kept us on. I think I hear them, I heard we had the flicker when there wasn't bad weather around earlier on, but that time it, definitely clicked on our system, but I think we're still on. So again, got some different battery backups here in the weather center. Again, watching things here. There's all this rain out here. Some of it's dipping more south, which, we wanted this to get in the Gulf here at this point. Oh, whoa, okay. Looks like we got a tornado warning now. I was going to look at our local lightning, but we got to get to this. Okie dokie. Tornado warning, guys. Let's get this shelter immediately. That's kind of broad looking, but there must be something there that's a little bit tricky. Let's look at our debris tracker. It's a little murky in there, but okay, we got a tornado warning for parts of Jefferson until 3:45. We need to take shelter immediately here. A potential tornado into toward Jefferson County here in the Big Bend of Florida. So let's go ahead and take shelter here. Okay, so at 3:18, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles southwest of Monticello, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So again, a potential tornado in Jefferson County. This is just east of Tallahassee. Things starting to rotate apparently within the Doppler algorithms. So we're talking about west central Jefferson, mainly rural areas, but it does include the following locations: Caps, Overall Ward, Thomas City, Lamont there, Waukena. Just trying to give you guys the latest there. Wassissa Springs. So just got to be really careful with this. Again, a potential tornado evolving here. The potential tornado, as we look, we see some, it's broad, but we see some rotation here. We see some wind. It's going toward the Doppler radar. It's going away from the Doppler radar around Bethpage Road. Here. Let me do that a little bit better here. Again, we have a tornado warning. Again, winds going toward the Doppler. Winds going away from the Doppler. Somewhere on Thomas City and Bethpage Road. Waukena Highway, Peter Brown Lane. You need to take your tornado precautions. Avalon Road. This might be a weaker tornado, but still, winds of 80 or 90 couldn't be ruled out here in this type of instance. I don't see a lot here myself, but we have a tornado warning. We got to respect the polygon. That's the mantra here in the weather community for years. I know the great James Spann saying that over the years. You hear him say it all the time. But we have a tornado warning here right now. As we look here in the north parts of Jefferson County. Again, get in that interior room away from windows. Let's go ahead and pull up the tips. We're going to go pull up our tornado safety tips. So here's what you need to do right now in Jefferson County, that safe place. Interior room on the lowest level is always a safe option for any home. You see this picture here, maybe in a bathroom, a closet here. Just, some folks, I know it is a holiday, but some kids might be home alone here right now, for a little bit, depending on just the schedule. I know it's the summer. But, if a situation like that, you just want to go ahead and get inside that, interior room here just for a little bit to shield yourself, from the exterior type of walls here with this overall situation. Give it a tornado warning for Jefferson County. This is a surprise one, really. Talked about the potential, but I'm just not seeing it that much on radar, but we're so close to it, you never know. We just gotta, be very careful here. I get a potential tornado in Jefferson County. Let me look here at our debris tracker and see if there's something here at one point. This is officially our first tornado warning in our covered area with the new system. And we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Again, we have a potential tornado in Jefferson County, east of Tallahassee. This is south of I-10 here. Again, we need to take precautions immediately. This is a tornado warning. Again, when you have that green and red come together, the overall mantra, is get under the bed per se, but an interior room would work here as well. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Going between some of the different scans. Let's go back to the last 15 minutes. Watching things here. Let me go over to the Tallahassee radar site to see if we can see some type of notching going on here. Maybe a little bit as we're looking. Again, a tornado warning for parts of Jefferson County here. And this does go into effect until 3:45. Again, we need to get folks into shelter here in parts of Jefferson County. And by the way, we're getting quite a bit of lightning where we're at in north central Florida, hearing those rumbles of thunder, but nothing severe over here. We have a tornado warning though. Just really take those precautions right now as we're watching the overall situation meteorologically. We'll check another radar source behind the scenes here to see if I'm missing something around Wassissa there. A little bit of wind enhancement. We kind of have some interference going on. We don't have the other radar working either. That would be really helpful right now for a second opinion. I see some broad rotation on the other radar source. Let me go ahead here, and I'm just kind of looking at some things. Pretty broad, right around Wassissa there. Again, a tornado warning also does include Lamont. Does include Lamont here. Let me go ahead, keep you guys updated. Again, we have a tornado warning for parts of Jefferson. You need to get inside, get away from windows here. Okay, there's some wind enhancement right over Thomas City. Wakena Highway, the Pinhook Road. I think our tornado warning just got canceled though. That was a very short-lived one. Let's go ahead and double check. They issued it at 3:18. They canceled it here at 3:24. The tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. However, damage and winds remain likely and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. So that was a 6-minute tornado warning. But that's why we're here even during the severe thunderstorm warning, just in case we can give you that immediate heads up here when we have stuff like that happen. That'd be, somebody's saying the shortest tornado warning ever. I agree. It'd be hard to get in a situation like that with a 6-minute one if we were not, already on the air with you guys, guiding you minute by minute here. So, again, that's been canceled now. Again, a 6-minute tornado warning, in play, but it has been dropped. So back to our normal type of severe thunderstorm activity. A lot of lightning in here, but let's go ahead. We'll loop this back around. You can kind of see here how we had the red box for a moment. The lightning here in play, that electrical energy, some of those numbers, they did, and I'll move it around some, the angle, the geography. The lightning did go up a little bit. It's kind of edged back down just a little. Not any huge differences there, but again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Okay, so we're going to look back over here now. Honestly, we're getting some wind enhancement here around Bradford County. Probably, significant weather advisory might not be, bad idea here. As we look toward parts of Bradford County here around US 301. As you see, 43 miles an hour there with the wind. 37. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation over here, just east of Stark. Toward Clay County. This would be moving now off kind of toward the east. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest. Again, if you were with me a moment ago, we did have a very brief tornado warning for parts of Jefferson County, but that got canceled there. It was issued at 318, dropped at 324 there, as we didn't have, overwhelming amount of spin there within the Doppler algorithm. So we'll find out, if there was any type of touchdown for a brief moment or not here as we look ahead in the timeline. But again, you can see here, Leon County, severe thunderstorm warning to 4. Same for Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, Wakulla, Gadsden there. Again, just the overall vicinity. The overall vicinity here. And this is where we had that spin, I think. To loop it back around, I mean, it's very broad in nature, but you can kind of see a little something there when you look. Let me just co-locate it. I'm just kind of back in the rain there, west of Caps. But again, just trying to update you guys here. We have the 1 severe thunderstorm warning right now in our coverage area. Trying to just keep you guys safe and informed. Some wind enhancement near US 27. 44 miles an hour showing up. Leon County 400 in the dark. Out toward Madison County 800, Hamilton 1,000, Suwannee 1,000, Columbia 100, Baker 200, Nassau 200, 300 for Duval, 600 for Alachua. Into Georgia, let's focus up here. Take off the alerts. Well, that's the lightning, but we'll take that off too. 500, 100, 300, 800, 100. So a lot of outages. Again, seeing some of the impact here, the inclement weather. Let's put our alerts back on now. And we'll put this in motion. Again, so we had that very quick tornado warning there. Very quick. We were with you guys. Didn't see a lot there, but you just never know. We're pretty close to the radar there. We had that spin for parts of Jefferson County there for a very brief bit there within the Doppler algorithm. So, again, just trying to give you guys the latest. Trying to give you guys the latest on things. Again, informing you here of the different dangers. And pause this so you don't get confused because that tornado warning did go away very rapidly. And a severe thunderstorm warning another 29 minutes unless it gets dropped early. You see, they did drop it for a little bit of the box, but not for everybody. Let's see the update here. Okay, at 3:30, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Monticello to 12 miles northeast of Woodville to near Florida A&M, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Tallahassee, Woodville, Monticello, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, St. Mark's, Crawfordville, as well as Florida A&M, Bill Campbell Stadium, Wakulla there, as well as Greenville, Lake Bradford, the Alma Community, Cody, Sadeville, Leon Sinks, Gaither Community Center, Waukesha Springs, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, and Walker Ford Community Center. So again, just trying to let you guys know here what we're dealing with. See this lightning here, parts of Leon, parts of Jefferson. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. I know, using this new technology here to keep you guys safe and informed. See St. Augustine Beach here. Maybe some pretty gusty winds, 35. That's a higher pixel there. That might be a little kind of overdone because where that was, that's more realistic there probably. Get quite a bit of lightning here east of Stark. So I'm here in Bradford though as well. A few strikes here. As they get really tight, we're gonna figure out what mode to go to or just get everything kind of off here. And you can see some of these strikes, not too far away here as we're looking. I'm going to zoom out and make sure I got my bearings, and then I'm going to zoom back in. Right here, where you get on bypass right before Walmart. There's Walmart. There's no flash flood risk. I'm just using this right here anyway. At this moment, it could change, but I'm just using this to use for geography. So that's where Walmart is. And then we've had some lightning just right back behind. Don't know if they're cloud to ground. If they're cloud to ground, I mean, they could, in theory, spark something, I guess. But see some more there right toward 301. As we look at the overall situation. See a flood advisory, St. Augustine, and they're always flood prone over there, the low-lying areas. Let's look here past 15 minutes, some rain coming on into that zone. I'm trying to click on our flood advisory. I think I saw there for a second come across, but till 6:30, so pretty long fused here. As we give you guys the very latest. Just trying to keep you safe and informed. Looking to southeast of the airport, for instance, a lot of this around Woodville Highway, Tram Road, Capitol Circle southeast. Again, that's your kind of silence where the radar is. Normally I could go to the Vet Austin just to show you that there's a little bit of moisture maybe in there, but again, unfortunately, that radar is down right now. And speaking of that radar site, it'll be down until further notice while parts are on order. So that's just the way things are sometimes with the meteorology. Again, trying to keep you safe. I'm looking at some of the latest details here in the Weather Center. What I think I'm going to take a quick 60-second break here, gather more details. And I'll be right back. So just keep it here on Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date on this Friday. It's finally Friday. I mean, some of you have the day off, so actually, I guess yesterday was finally Friday, but I just watching the Severe Thunderstorm warning around parts of the Big Bend of Florida. We'll have more information here in just a little bit, so keep it tuned right here as I keep you guys informed on different local details here across our 38 counties. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here right now in the Weather Center, 3:38 on this Friday. Still watching the storms here on the Doppler. You know, we're just starting to get into the action here where I'm at here in Bradford County. You can see some of that heavier rain, some of that lightning here, and some of that where I'm at, but not an advisory right now, but maybe a little bit of gusty winds in here as we watch things, as we track them. Not seeing a whole bunch on our Pixel Query right now in toward areas here, you know, east of town, but just looking at my weather station here, we're down a way big bit here in our temperature. We're down at 74 now, even though we only had 3/100ths of an inch. 74 degrees now, so you're in the 90s just a little while ago. This is, you know, what you want if you want to cool off here, that's for sure. Some of these toasty temperatures. Speaking of temperature, I mean, it may still show a little higher on Stark on here because it changes. It's updated pretty good, but Gainesville, look, they're still 91. They're still 91 there. Toward Alachua, but 68 there toward Folkestone right now, toward southeastern Georgia. So, again, I'm just trying to keep you guys informed. 73 Bainbridge, 72 Thomasville, 75 there in Valdosta. So, again, just trying to update you guys here with the overall scenario. I mean, a big contrast here as we're watching the overall readings. Let's jump back on over to the Doppler, though. See some stuff in toward parts of Putnam and St. John's. .45 miles an hour, maybe down there. .48 as we get down toward like Wakulla, but could be closer to 60 based on that warning. Of course, the current risk if people are going out to the beaches there, toward the Gulf areas. You know, some of that's west of our area, but still got to be careful. I know there's a marine warning as well as this kind of dips down. This is going more southerly than it was. I mean, there's still some easterly component, but it's kind of, you know, kind of tricky. Some of this is big building back to the south there, so. Again, I'm still looking at the latest here in the Weather Center. 35 miles an hour. 38. But again, it's if a thunderstorm warning technically still in effect till 4 of Leon, Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, Wakulla. See some of this wind energy to the south. I mean, that's not severe over there officially now. This is, though, with the warning. May end up getting a warning down there lower parts of St. John's if things trend this way. I mean, some of these higher gusts showing up. That might be weak rotation. Let me see here. That's a little notching there right over I-95. St. John's County. Let me put a road on here. Nothing overwhelming, but just a little bit maybe. Again, looking at some of our different numbers, at least based on the Doppler algorithms. Let's go back to the power outage numbers. Seeing some of those different readings. Definitely noteworthy here in spots. See about 1% out in Union, about 2% out in Baker. Some of these areas, we did have a warning for parts of Baker, but Union, we haven't had a warning. Still a few outages and some different outages, different other spots in the area that didn't have a warning. A little bit of weak rotation here and there as we look off toward the east, but don't see even an advisory down there right now. That's a flood advisory towards St. Augustine. Let me look at some of these rainfall numbers. Two inches there. But you see that some of these rates are pretty high. They won't stick with those the whole time, but definitely adding some things up a bit. Seeing some of this wind there will color. Right near Old Plank Road. About to be crossing over the Coastal Highway. Now, this may be an anomaly. Let me look. That would indicate rotation, but I'm not sure. I'll look at another source here, if nothing else, to double check. I'm gonna look at that real quick on another source. That's near State Road 100, but just want to make sure that this, that is a false echo, but I think that's the way the radar angle is reading it there. Contamination. I'm gonna take another source here even further. The Melbourne radar. I know it's way away, but I guess I can take the Tampa. I'm doing this behind the scenes in another computer, but not really seeing it from that. So I'll take Tampa on the computer that you guys are looking at. Bear with me here. Going between some different computers in the Weather Center. Yeah. Tampa radar doesn't really show anything. Tallahassee, not really anything. That's just contamination, I think. I know you get something called side lobe contamination from time to time, so definitely, things can play tricks on you sometimes here with the radar scans. Still got this morning. Latest update coming in from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. for northeastern McCullough, northwestern Jefferson, northwestern Taylor, southeastern Leon, and southwestern Madison counties. At 3:48, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 8 miles southeast of Monticello to 16 miles east of St. Marks to near Woodville, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Woodville, St. Marks, Crawfordville, Wakulla, Greenville, Newport, Cody, Shadeville, Leon Sinks. We have the Wakulla Springs area, Lamont, Cabbage Grove, 8 Mile Pond, Thomas City, Scanlon, and Waukena. So, again, still just trying to give you the latest here. Just trying to update you guys. I mean, you see how the lightning count went down. And yes, if you were with me here a little while ago, we did have that red box for a few moments. We had a very brief tornado warning for parts of Jefferson. Very brief. It lasted, I think, 6 minutes there with the radar indicated rotation prompt and nap. But haven't had any damage reports yet. No damage reports yet. But just continuing to give you the latest. Let me remind you guys of our 7-day here. You see that rain chance continuing into tomorrow and Sunday, a little bit less, but still a good bit there for that Father's Day. And then Monday through Thursday, drawing on out here based on the current information that I have on in here with the view and with that forecast. We'll continue to refine things, look at the latest trends, but Gonna be hot next week. Won't have the rain around as much, but still going to be very, very toasty. Be careful of those heat safety, tips that you keep in mind, like drinking plenty of water. Let's go back to the satellite here. You can see some of the color cloud tops. Some of that's more out to the west right now. Let's go temperatures here. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. And by the way I'm thinking about how we're going to do things right now here, haven't had this much severe coverage here with, a 7-hour daily 5:30. So we're still going to do the 5:30 show, but it'll probably, unless we have warnings then, and then that can make things kind of long-winded and mixed together, but with warnings and the like. But at 5:30, I'll probably I'll have this stream. I'm just going to keep it going here. And we'll kind of just run through a few things here with the forecast, but it won't be your normal. I won't be in front of the wall. I won't be getting into a whole bunch of details on just every graphic that we have here, but we'll go over a few things here at 5:30 if we're not already, back on with some severe coverage. I'm hoping they'll drop that warning at 4. I'm not going to guarantee it. And then we'll just leave the radar up and running here, and if we have warnings in between, we'll break back in. But we'll break back in at 5:30 with our normal show, based on just, how things are going here with the overall picture. So, because it's been an active day here. I mean, I was on here at 8 o'clock or so this morning with coverage, giving you the latest. I was on until 2 last night. We were on in the evening for stuff right edge, just edging just west of our area. We were on in the afternoon yesterday, plus our normal 5:30 stuff. So I've been talking a lot here the last 24 hours, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect and inform you, your friends, and your family. So let me go ahead and we'll go back on over to the Doppler. See how much rain is falling here in the last little bit here toward Tallahassee. Again, the plan is to do the 5:30 show on this stream here, but it'll be abbreviated. That way we can leave the radar running in between, because if I actually put together a full show, I'd have to stop the radar stream here in terms of all that. Storm total rainfall. A few inches there, but let's look 3 hour. I mean, even then, that's a pretty decent amount. Parts of Leon County, 1 hour estimates. That color table is going to be off, and I'm not sure. I'll have to double check these numbers. These may not be quite right because I don't know. Our color table is not matching with some of that, so I'm going to have to figure that out a little bit. But these rain rates have been excessive for those areas here where the rain does sit 7 inches an hour as we're looking there. But it's not going to sit all that same type of rate for a whole hour continuous, obviously. Some flood advisories. Some of it's kind of dipping down. We'll watch to see a period. Probably at least be an advisory if they don't extend this warning. It's possible they could extend it, but a little bit of wind enhancement here moving toward Perry, but just scanning through some of this. Let me check Tallahassee power outages here. $1,329 customers in the dark on the City of Tallahassee utility. On Talquin there, they have 1,788 customers in the dark. Okay, significant weather advisory to 4:45 for parts of Taylor County. So probably not a severe thunderstorm warning downstream then. At 3:57, Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 16 miles south of Monticello to 13 miles east of St. Marks near Crawfordville, moving with southeast at 25 miles an hour, gusts of 50 possible. Woodville, St. Marks, Perry, Crawfordville, Wakulla, Newport, Shadeville, Wakulla Springs, Cabbage Grove, Panacea, Scanlon, Medart, Perry Airport there. As we're looking, the Hampton Springs area and Goose Pasture, that community. So, again, looking like an advisory over a warning now. So, we're going to keep watching things. And, if we get stuff to pop up, flash flood warning or something somewhere, then we might get something down in here toward like St. John's or in this vicinity. The winds, there's some wind there, but we have to be kind of careful because of that. Some of this, rainfall. It's not really trending over the exact spots right now, but still some areas in there. We have a flood advisory. Some of these areas can get a little flood prone, especially closer into St. Augustine, but a couple inches there past few hours. So definitely something to take note of. Something to take note of for sure. A lot of lightning down here, east of Melrose, northern Putnam County. You see Melrose over here, off toward areas even east of Florahome there. This when thunder roars, you want to go indoors, but don't want to be out in the heavy rain in this, as we're looking toward Borden Road, South Providence Church Road, and the like. So. And I hear east of Stark, we picked up now 8/100ths of an inch here for today on the rain gauge. I'm hearing some rain come down at this very moment. This warning to go away here, the yellow box. It obviously be some great news, and there it goes. It's gone away. Now getting some heavy rain here around Bradford County. I'm hearing some where I'm at. Just kind of moving probably the last scan, it's not quite, it's not up yet maybe, but starting to hear it over here. But Bradford High School, Stark, Bradford Elementary School. Getting into the accent here. Not too much wind with this. Be 25 miles an hour, 20. Not too big of a deal. Be 40 so down toward Putnam. So right now we have some, the flood alerts. And of course, that flash flood warning around Ware County went away, but some flood advisories, some special weather statements here, but no active severe warnings of marine warning out east. But we'll put it in the home view, and we'll go ahead and loop things here over the past hour. We had a tornado warning at one point in here, believe it or not. It was very short-lived, though. Of course, if we get something like that here in a moment's notice or something else, obviously a thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning, we'll pop back in. I'm going to leave this running. If we don't need to pop back in before 5:30, then we'll just have this running until then. At 5:30, I'll do an abbreviated, just normal, ish type of show in a way. In terms of going over some forecast stuff, it's going to be a lot, more condensed probably than normal, but we'll still have 7-day and things like that. So That'll do it for the time being. Of course, if we have inclement weather before then, we'll see. We'll see before then here as we look ahead into the timeline. So that'll do it for now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. If we have some warnings popping back up, I'll be breaking back in before them. Otherwise, I'm back at 5:30 here with more weather coverage on Cloud Weather. So that's going to do it for right now. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments from anybody at home real quick before I wrap. But again, we'll leave the radar running. And if we need to break back in, we can break back in immediately. And some of that rain here east of Stark. I appreciate you guys watching. 26 of you right now on YouTube. Just make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. I hit that like button there. Enable notifications so you know when I go live. Again here, we'll still keep this stream going, but I'm talking about other streams in the future for severe, maybe tomorrow even, with some pop-up activity kind of getting going. So we're going to be here. We're going to be updating you guys as conditions warrant. Please keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here as the situation develops. The one thing we can't do is that Osterwetter would really help right now because we could keep it between both views just a tad bit better here. But, in terms of just the overall viewpoint, because this it doesn't look quite as, there's more accent further back, and I don't want to use the composites. So we'll just use this and then we'll plan to play it by ear, of course. I'll zoom in just a tad here. And we'll just continue to keep you guys informed, as the conditions require. But, leave the radar running for now. If I need to jump back in, I will. Thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me. We'll keep this running. You see heat advisory down to the south there. That's what that orange is. So warm, not as much moisture there yet. In terms of the storm activity, it is humid, though. Part of the reason for the heat advisory, the heat and humidity combining. We had some of that up here yesterday. Just an intriguing pattern here. We've had that influence of author, a boundary involved, the overall pattern really influencing things. That's why we've had the enhancement in the storm chances. Have some of that still continuing, maybe a little lesser extent tomorrow, a little bit lesser extent Sunday, but they're still be up there. So the chance will definitely still be up there. So we'll be here watching. We'll be here tracking. I'll be here with the updates as warranted. If I don't need to break back in before 5:30, then I'll be back at 5:30 on this stream. That's the plan anyway, as we're looking right now. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in a little bit. covering North Florida and South Georgia. This is Clouds weather. Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, coming on the air for this cloud weather at 5:30. I know a kind of an abbreviated edition today here, as we've been on the air for a while, on and off, giving you the latest on all the storm activity. I know we had a tornado warning earlier this afternoon in Jefferson County, quite a bit of wind damage. Leon County, we had action yesterday in the afternoon popping up toward the southeast areas. Last night we were watching some stuff in the evening and toward the overnight. This morning we had flooding in southeast Georgia. So there's been a lot going on is what I'm trying to say. But we still have a lot of the moisture around. We still got to watch out for some flood potential, maybe some severe potential. There'll be a pop-up chance here again tomorrow. Still have to pay attention a little bit tonight as we look ahead in the hours to come. But we haven't had any warnings here the last hour and a half. So that's some good news anyway as we're looking at things and as we're monitoring things. I'll move our radar around a little bit, and you'll kind of see here what we're dealing with in terms of some of the overall reports to the west, and there's still flash flood warnings out off toward the west here. So that could still be something we'll be watching. I'll put this into motion here, and you can kind of see how it's kind of diving more south though, which would be some good news for our counties here off to the east. But we'll monitor things obviously here with the overall situation. We have some flood advisories here in play as we get over toward some of the different zones here, like toward Gadsden and Leon, and then we see more, the heavier rain off toward the east here as we get over towards some of these other areas here in the viewing circle. I know I'm in Bradford County. We've been getting some rain here, looking like about 0.2 of an inch on the rain gauge here on this 19th day of the month here, this holiday for many, Juneteenth here, in terms of, maybe not having work, something like that. And it's been a wet day, for a lot of us. Not quite as wet down in here, but let me go ahead and I'll broaden the view out. You see Lake City, Live Oak, some heavier downpours. Let me go ahead and go to our hydro mode here. We'll go ahead and go over to the hydro mode, and we'll kind of look here at some of the storm total situations here in terms of some of the precip. You can see a couple inches some spots. Let's go to 12-hour just to kind of make sure, because sometimes the timeline gets a little bit different, in terms of different sites here. So we'll just even it out. 12-hour rainfall totals here. You can see 2 inches in a spot there in southwest Bradford, 2 inches, but other spots not very much at all. Just kind of varies here. It kind of varies, but in southeast Georgia, that was a different story. Northern Ware County was a huge winner or loser, however you want to look at it, in terms of the rain, though we did need the precip. We did need that precip there. In some of these areas, it's still, you just don't want too much too quick, but we had all those fires there. We had all those fires there as we were looking up to areas there around, areas in Brantley County, for instance. And, out in here, not quite as much of that rain here, but still a couple inches. But you see up toward Blackshear there, in toward parts of Pierce County, 1/2 foot of rain. So that was very impressive. That's why we were on, this morning for a while. We had some thunderstorm warnings mixed in too, but it was more about the flooding here. That was a pretty big deal up that way. So it's been a very busy day, very busy last couple days here in the Weather Center. It's not completely done yet, and tomorrow we could have more pop-up stuff depending on how this kind of gets on out of here. It seems like we've lost kind of our destabilization here for much of the area in terms of things kind of, becoming a little bit calmer out there. Let's go ahead and look at some of our temperatures right now. You'll be able to see how we're in the 70s in many spots. I know we're sitting at 70. It looks like 73 here on my Davis Weather Station as well. So it matches what we have on the screen towards Stark. You see 74 Gainesville, 73 Tallahassee. So this rain-cooled area on this Friday. Still a little warmer down toward Marion. So if we were to get a warning or something for wind damage, it could be in that one corridor down there from Marion over toward Lake Levy or something, Flagler, that area, maybe. But could still have some flood potential as we look here in some of the different zones. We'll be monitoring that here for you with the overall latest. And tomorrow could be a different story in terms of some of the convection. We'll go ahead and look at the futurecast now. You'll be able to see this kind of has the action getting out of here, and then the overnight we don't have too much at the beginning, but eventually we'll start to have more destabilization here, and we'll have to just look at things here across our 38 counties. Our commitment to you guys have been giving you guys the latest on for every tornado warning storm moving through. We had the first one since we've had the upgrade earlier this afternoon, just for a few minutes. We were already talking about severe thunderstorm situations. We had actually the kind of outflow boundary there, as we're looking at things and just, different things kind of turning there and different triggers that are meteorologically happening to kind of get, some twisting going on. So, had that very short-lived tornado warning scenario there, as we were looking, as we were monitoring. But again, watching things for the 38 counties, just trying to make sure you guys are up to date on everything here the best we can in toward the weather center. Again, just trying to see here, what we want to talk about because we're doing this on the fly, different than normal because we've had the radar running, so not really setting this so up ahead of time, but, coming up with ideas here behind the scenes, what I want to look at in terms of some of the different storylines here. So I definitely, kind of thinking about some of that with the overall information as things do move along here, as things do move along. So, we're just going to keep on monitoring the overall situations here, in the timeline just to see how things develop here in terms of, the overall activity here from west to east, north to south, as we look at some of the different zones. So just trying to be, mindful. And we'll go ahead and see the Baron 3K model. Let's go ahead and pull that one up then. I will go ahead and let me switch that over on my one source here, and then we'll put it into play here in just a second. So let's go ahead and send this to you. I'm going to go ahead and kind of give you an idea of what to anticipate. Maybe it clears out a little later than that, but then more development coming in. And you see more convection on that Saturday and into Sunday here. I'll be watching to see what kind of gets going. Maybe not as much on Father's Day. That'd be great, for some of those outdoor plans maybe. We'll see. I'm still holding pretty high on the rain chances right now, though, as we look at the overall picture. So, again, just something to kind of be watching for there in terms of those latest details. I mean, we're just going to be kind of paying attention, obviously, just to see how things progress. I know in terms of rain right now, pretty heavy precip here. This is just some, gusty winds, but nothing too overwhelming. Looks like we have a flood report there. Live Oak from this afternoon. A train spotter reported flooding in the Live Oak area. And then as we get off toward Tallahassee, no flood warning or flash flood warning, anything like that toward Live Oak, but we, have had a lot of wind damage earlier toward Tallahassee. Let me go ahead and put this here. We're going to kind of look at the radar. We'll try to loop this around for you here. And we'll go to the past hour first, but let me go back to the past 4 hours. So if you weren't with me here earlier, we've had all this action come in. Even had that tornado warning very briefly there into Jefferson County. Into Jefferson County there, and you can just see all the damage reports in here, though. I'll go ahead and we'll stop it here at the end of this loop as we go ahead, and we'll take the sweep off, so not to confuse anybody, but some things. But you see we had Leon County Emergency Manager report a tree down near the intersection of Old St. Augustine Road and Williams Road at 317. About 327, report of a tree down near the intersection of Old St. Augustine Road and it looks like Midot Road, if I'm pronouncing that right. And then we do have also Leon County Emergency Manager reporting a tree down near the intersection of East Orange Avenue and South Blairstone Road. You can see there, Leon County Emergency Manager also reported a tree down Tram Road and Artemis Way, March Road and Alexander Street. You can see some more of these different areas being impacted. So, again, definitely telling that story. And I heard a rain roar out east of Stark. Some of that rain coming on down here on this Friday evening. Right near, as we get in tight, right near the Stark Country Club. So, definitely seeing that rain coming on into the picture here as we look right now. State Road 230 and the like. So let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. You see some heavier downpours there towards southeastern Bradford County. And then we're just, looking over some of the information here on the board. I know we had a warning Tampa office just issued one that popped up. It's way south. We cover Levy in the Tampa office. This is way, way, way south, though. Highlands County, not concerned about that in terms of our coverage area, obviously. But again, I just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Meteorologically. We'll go to the U.S. radar view again. We'll just kind of look at some things here. I know the heat has been a big store to the south. I mean, we talked about the actual temperature. Let's go to the feels like temperatures here. And you see the differences. I mean, it feels like the 60s up here with all this rain around, but it feels like 102 in Ocala. What a contrast here, just in terms of the overall weather picture. And then in terms of, let's do the satellite here. You'll be able to see where we had things kind of evolve in South Georgia at points, and we still have some of Dakota cloud tops around. They're starting to diminish further off to the east, it seems, for the time being. Power outages. We'll go ahead and show you guys a look at that. Lafayette County, quite a few in terms of the percentage. In fact, let's do this a different way. We'll do this a different way. And we'll come back on over to the main map. We'll zoom back on in. We'll take the alerts off. And let's just go over to our currents. And we'll go to power outages, county by county totals. So let's go ahead and say this right now. You can see 200 Decatur County. We skip Grady, then we get into Thomas. We have 100 out there. We have 200 out in Leon. Getting over toward Madison County with 700 out. Taylor County, 300 out. Hamilton County, 700 customers in the dark. Suwannee County, 600 out. Lafayette County, 1,000 in the dark. Columbia County, 100. Alachua County, 100. Putnam County, 800. Clay County, 100. Duval County, 100. So quite a few different areas of outages here on this Friday as we're looking here on this holiday. I mean, I'll try to do this math real quick. That's 200, that's 1,000, that's 1,100, 200, 2,000, 2,600. Oh, let's get over 3,000, 400 there. Three, or maybe over 3,000, and you kind of get in there 4,000 is, 4 to 5,000, give or take, in the dark there on the broad brush view. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest on all that in our coverage area. That's a decent amount out. Seeing the Storm Axe and Roy come into play with the overall meteorology. I know it's just always interesting to see different things. Let's go to the flood risk here. Not seeing much. We do have the flood watch still until 2 a.m. for Decatur County, Bainbridge area. Still some stuff to the northwest. We'll see how it translates. May go more south, but again, the models have had a really tough time with some of this. Didn't really pick up on all that rain for South Georgia this morning. And it just kind of sat on up there and caused some issues. So we have to kind of watch those real-time trends here at different points as we look at the latest information. So again, watching things here on the view, the overall view here with the weather. And let me go ahead and you can see some 12-hour totals. 7 inches. It's crazy to see, much less. I mean, you see where they haven't even had the rain down towards Cedar Key and Ocala. Not at this point, but it's starting to kind of inch its way on in. We'll put this into motion. Let's do the past hour. This should loop around for us. You're going to see how that's coming in there. Not really seeing the severe conditions. Let's look at 1 hour. Let's see if we can. I mean, this color table is off some, but some heavier totals, at least it shows, in towards Suwannee County. And we'll go over to the same type of thing to the west, but yeah, Suwannee County and Lafayette there, maybe a little bit more, and nothing just completely overwhelming. I think some of those colors are a little bit off in there on that in terms of the color table and the correlation, but so to give you an idea of where some of the higher totals were, the greens versus the blues, as we were looking at that information. So still can be helpful. 7-day rainfall, starting to fill this in a little bit more now. Starting to fill it in a little bit more here. I mean, up in the northern areas, 8 inches, but still spots here with less than an inch. Quarter inch there down toward Marion County, at least parts of that. We had that one morning yesterday. I think you can kind of see some areas where we had the accent getting going a little bit more. Well, we had more than one warning really, but just in terms of the warning activity yesterday as we were looking down that way, just continuing to watch things. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors, obviously. Got to keep in mind that lightning safety here. When, you can hear that, it's a situation you just got to be really aware of because lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. So just really important to keep in mind here as we're watching things with the overall picture. I know watching storm energy, which has gone down a lot. I mean, you can really see how low it is right now, but starting to fill back in some as we get toward that Saturday here, as we start to destabilize again. So again, something to kind of be mindful of. Something to be mindful of here for sure. No type of severe thunderstorm tornado watches. We had them just to the west. The tornado watch last night for a bit. We were watching that scenario, but weren't necessarily, overly concerned there with that, in terms of really seeing that potential come too much in here. We did have that one warning earlier on, as I was alluding to. Let's get back onto the radar right now toward Alachua County. You can see around US 441 here in 13th Street, some pretty heavy rain coming on down here, 23rd Avenue. You see there East University Avenue, right there over the football stadium in Gainesville. It is just a pouring there. Or they'll be playing football games here in just, 2 to 3 months. The areas here on Gale Lemeron Drive, West University Avenue, just very heavy rain. We'll look at the rainfall rates in here. And we'll show you guys some of this if it were to fall at this, type of rate for an hour, which it's not really doing. But if it did, you get 3 inches there in an hour. Some of these other spots more so, more like 4 inches there. As we look, 4.5, and that says up to 6.5 this there. As we look and as we monitor. So some pretty heavy rain, torrential downpours. Don't want to get caught out in that there. As we're looking in that area, we're at here in Bradford County. We've been seeing some accent come through, some more of this kind of coming on in here to the picture. Let me tilt this so I can get a better look at the movement. We'll turn our sweep off and we'll kind of tilt this around a little bit more. Looks like we, have that east-southeastern type of movement here as I look at it a little bit closer. So definitely more rain coming in here in Bradford County next little bit here as we monitor the overall situation here meteorologically. Wish the Vedasta radar is working, but it's been down. You see some flash flood warnings again off toward the west here. I'm going to go into any questions or comments. Questions or comments from anybody at home. Just appreciate you guys tuning in. Different information here, just talking about the overall weather scenario. I do appreciate everybody tuning in here. Folks from Georgia watching, seeing reports of different power outages. We've been talking about some of that here for you as we're watching things on this finally Friday. But again, some of you had a day off, so I guess yesterday was kind of your finally Friday. But again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here, the very latest on the overall situation. You can see parts of Gilchrist County here, Trenton, Newberry area, some pretty heavy rain right now. We'll get on in here towards some of the different roads. You can kind of see here, Southeast 80th Place. Some gully washers here for sure. Southwest 266th Street, Southwest 30th Avenue. Just really telling that story all the way through, like you saw Jonesville popping up there, and just some of our different communities here in the viewing circle as we look at the overall impact here. Just seeing some of this precip really be impactful for sure. Again, just looking here, we still have that risk, though. Most of that's kind of, weakened down because of that temperature storyline. Those temperatures definitely, on a little bit of the cooler side here now for many of us. So definitely really, falling on down. So we're watching that. We're going to have more here in 60 seconds. So just keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll have a look at that 7-day and the like. just stay with me here. We'll be giving you guys more information as we see some different updates and numbers. And right now we're sitting here 73 degrees here, east of Stark. So that's the storyline right now. Looking at my Davis weather station, matching what we have on the screen. We'll be back here in 60 seconds. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely run a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry, bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here now, looking at that 7-day forecast, you can kind of see what we're anticipating. Today we had all that rain. Tomorrow, still pretty high chances. Maybe it won't be as much as today, hopefully, especially in southeast Georgia. But we're going to err on the side of caution for now. And that Sunday, a little less, and then it really dries out from Monday through Thursday there as we're looking past Father's Day in terms of those highs really getting up there. You can see 95, 96. It's going to be toasty out there as we're looking at the latest meteorological information here. So we're just going to keep on tracking things in the overall pattern as things do transpire. I know next week, as I'm looking here at some of the different data points, I know we've been kind of so entrained, in terms of just the overall active weather here, but looking ahead a little bit, we're seeing some pretty high heat index values, even if we're not going to have the moisture around necessarily. I'm seeing 105 there, so we might have some heat advisory type criteria. Just have to watch here and track it here as we, are wanting to make sure you're keeping those heat safety tips in mind. Check that back seat of your car. You don't want to forget your little one back there. Definitely not here in this type of situation because, in 10 or 15 minutes, it can get just so dangerous, so hot back there, we could have a tragedy on our hands, and that would be awful, obviously. So, again, just something to bear in mind here as we're looking at the overall picture as things do evolve here. I know we've had some gusty winds here at points today, by the way, as I'm looking at things here, the different metrics, and that's been something to take note of here for sure as we keep you guys informed on the overall weather picture. Again, we got pretty warm, at points here, but we really have, dove down for most of us with those temperatures at this point as we're kind of looking at the overall details here in the weather picture. But I know we didn't really have time to update this here today in terms, I didn't really think there was as much of a need to anyway. As we did, update things yesterday, just been so busy with the severe coverage and I looked real quick to see it. Nothing really stood out that needed a big change. So this kind of kept it steady state here with that 7-day as we're looking at the overall storyline. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Just don't want to be in band here in the weather center. I know we've had that severe outlook, but things, becoming more stabilized here with the overall meteorology. Again, you see some lightning over toward Newberry's way. Some electrical energy out there. Another thing to show you, it's going to be different than what it's been, is road temperatures. They're not going to be, coming up on Monday, that's going to be a graphic to show, but we're going to go ahead and look at them right now here. And you can see the big differential. You can see it pretty warm to the north, too. This is kind of interesting because they've had bad weather up there and it's warmed up, but the road temperature is cooler than they've been being. You get back to the south, though, and they're toasty again. So not burning your feet up necessarily to down the road here for Porterville. It's just so wet. In terms of the conditions here with the roads, the pavement's only 70 instead of 120 or something like that here as we're watching things across our area. little warmer to the west there, and you see Gilchrist, but some of those areas, that's not quite updated because they're getting into some of that right now. It says dropping, don't want to be outside anyway, with the lightning around in some of these spots. I'll loop this the past hour. We had quite a few strikes more an hour ago. That number has gone down, indicating general weakening with the convection here, so that's a good sign, obviously, as we're looking at the overall information. So let's go to another look at things. Going to just go over to another look at some of those rainfall totals last 12 hours off the Jacksonville site. As we get into Bradford County, where I'm at, not a whole bunch. I mean, my rain gauge says 0.25. So looking at that here, and so similar, maybe a little more, give or take, but in some spots way more between Brooker and Hampton. Around Graham, give or take over 2 inches. Not a flood situation, but you see 2 inches plus out toward parts of St. John. That was something we were watching, flood advisory out there. See parts of Suwannee County there, 2-3 inches. And then the big story, though, is in southeast Georgia. That was just, areas there. We'll zoom in tighter with this. Last 12 hours, Blackshear, 6 inches. Offram and Patterson, over 6 inches. Northern Ware County, at 8 inches there at points. So that's definitely a big storyline here with that flooding concern. The high precipitable water values, all that moisture coming in, the remnants of author, a boundary involved here, meteorologically. So definitely just intriguing to see. Let's go to the Tallahassee vantage point on that now, and you'll be able to see here what's been going on over that way. See 3 inches southeast Tallahassee. Had a lot of the wind damage reports down there. 3 inches north side of Leon County last 12 hours. As we kind of look toward the coast, a couple inches, but other spots, only 1/3 of an inch. So definitely some variation here in terms of those rainfall totals as we're watching things here and as we're just keeping you guys up to date. So again, some heavy rain. Alachua County is getting, into some gully washer territory right now. As we're looking down, it looks like Newberry Road. So heavy rain. Southwest 131st Street. There's nothing too crazy with like velocity or anything in terms of the wind. Not that much there. Just a little bit of lightning. A lot of it clustered right around Newberry there. As we get back in, again, Southwest 15th Avenue, Southwest 226th Street. Nothing overwhelming here, even though I'm zooming in tight. So don't stress that about this. I mean, a lightning strike could still cause damage, though, and can still be dangerous. So keep that in mind. But you can just see here some of the different spots that we're talking about, a little less to the east, and then it kind of clears up. I know, we've been talking about the weather for Omaha a little bit here when we've had time for college baseball, but Georgia didn't advance to the final. It's in North Carolina, and it is Oklahoma for the championship in college baseball coming on up. So that's the storyline to talk about here, too, as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things here in the Weather Center. Going to check questions and comments one more time here. Going to go ahead and check this computer one more time to see if we have any more questions or comments. Probably leave the radar running a little bit longer, at least, as we see some of that accent come across. It's really not too crazy at all in terms of like any severe weather right now. And not even seeing much in the way of what you call strong storms, just thunderstorms here at this point with some moisture, maybe some flooding, ponding the water on the roadway is more, versus like a flash flood at this point. But things can change as we look ahead toward tomorrow, or if we just, some more of that comes in from the north and west, more than what we're currently seeing, here in the very short term, next 12 hours in the modeling. Something like that, right now not showing as much, but more tomorrow on that Saturday here with the overall destabilization and the like here as things were to clear out ultimately. So we're going to keep watching things. We're going to keep tracking them here. If we need to pop back in, we will. But that pretty much should conclude that cloud weather at 5:30 for today. We're going to go ahead and loop the radar around here as we look towards some of our different zones. I might just kind of keep it focused down here because that looks like the most intense convection right now. Let me tilt this around a little. Make sure we have it kind of even. And we'll just keep on watching things. We'll keep on tracking things. If we need to pop back in with more, we will. But let me just keep Tallahassee on the edge, even though radar further east, obviously is gonna not show that stuff quite as well as we would like it to. Again, if I'd oscillator down, or I'd stick to the one in the middle. But again, this is the storyline we have right now with some of this moisture. When thunder wars go indoors, you don't want to be out in the rain anyway. I wouldn't think so. Well, that's kind of the storyline for now. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. I'll be back here if warranted, but we'll leave the radar running here. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy that weekend, but probably be breaking back in during the weekend. I mean, we'll be back at least Monday evening, if nothing else. If we don't, for some reason, have to break in tomorrow or Sunday, which I'd be surprised if we didn't have to break in. But, just enjoy that weekend. Happy Father's Day there. And, just a situation as we kind of look and as we watch things. We'll be, monitoring things around the clock for you. In terms of any type of concern, that heat on Monday is going to become a bigger story. Drink plenty of water, just a situation where you want to make sure you take frequent breaks there in terms of just the overall heat danger there. If you have to work outside, that's going to be an issue. The heat index value is going up toward that Monday. So just be very mindful of that. I'll show it to you one more time. The 7-day, these are the actual temperatures, but getting, 95, 96 with not as much rain, more sunshine. It's going to feel like the triple digits. So be very careful out there with that as that storyline comes into play. So that's going to do it. Have a great night. But we're going to leave this going with the radars. You have some of those storms coming on through. I'm going to try to rest my voice. Hopefully I don't have to come back in with any more coverage tonight, but I'm going to leave this running so you guys can see it on all the different platforms. I know if you're watching like on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you haven't done so already, hit the like button on the video there. Enable notifications so you know when I'm going live. It's just, just being able to learn this weather information here, and, it'd be really helpful maybe for you, and in terms of having this method here in terms of those North Florida and South Georgia conditions. Just being able to get this, more instantaneously with like notifications or something like that. You have to have the app that I have there, Cloud Weather app. It is available in the Google Play Store there. Cloud Weather is listed as Casey Cloud Weather in the Apple App Store. So keep that in mind there. You can send viewer photos in there of weather damage if it's safe into that as well. Weather scenarios if it's safe. Remember though, with thunder and roar, you need to go indoors. But again, just some information to kind of keep in mind here. In the Weather Center. But we're leaving this running for the time being. Again, hopefully not having to break back in here tonight. But we're just going to see all that storminess around, but nothing too crazy at the moment. You can watch this in the app too, by the way. While this is streaming, if you're not wanting to just use the interactive radar that's in there. So you have the interactive radar on the website as well, cloudweather.com. You have so many different methods here as we're watching things and as we're monitoring things. So just stay safe out there. Stay careful on the roads. There's slick conditions. I see AJ watching there from Tallahassee. He's downloaded the app. I appreciate you downloading that there, AJ. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here, trusting me. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. We'll be back here as conditions warrant.